Mine's not started. Mine's not 14. Okay.
All right, good morning. Nice to see you all out here. I'll be at home under the air conditioning if I could. Open the front door and almost went right back in. Let's call this meeting to order. It's 9:03. This is the regular July 20th, 2024 board meeting. We can all stand for a moment of silence. Pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to Texas, one state under God, one indivisible. Let's be the best.
What fire? Yes, John is reading it.
All right, so we do have a quorum starting. All board members are present. Let's start with, does everyone have a chance to review the minutes?
Yes. The updated minutes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the regular board meeting minutes of June 15, 2024.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous? Secretary?
I don't have a secretary's report today.
All right. Treasurer?
All right, so we have been moving money into the Fidelity accounts. We have $473,000 in Fidelity General Fund, which is about 5% interest. We also moved about $80,000 from the reserve fund into a Fidelity account, also getting 5%. Overall, we're still sitting at over $1 million. So contrary to some belief, we are not blowing out all the money and disappearing it off the bonds. We're still sitting solid at over $1 million, even with the Mattel revenue down from $40,000 June of last year down to $10,000 from June of this year. So clearly, no pool, no spring is causing an impact on us. I mean, we might be up 200 grand more than we are, but we have been having a spring in a pool and a full motel. That's all I got. We're doing good. Thanks.
I'd like to add something to that. Not on a regular basis, but often I hear that people are worried about how money is being spent here at Fort Park Springs. The accounts, that's reflective of how well Ms. Cavender, with our support, are controlling the monies here at Fort Park. Again, he just mentioned that we have over $1 million in our accounts. That's probably more than I could ever recall in a very long time that our accounts have been this healthy. So rest assured to the membership, money is being taken care of, and I'm very confident in how things are being managed at this point. Thank you.
Ask a question? Is it okay?
Yes.
What is the process? Where can I see what the process is for approval? Because I've been to a couple of meetings where people have suggested making a donation that's been approved. And I asked the question, where's it going to go? But I was told that it's done often. How do I know what the process is for approval? You know, where does it begin? Somebody brings it forward. I don't want to take up the time here, but is there a place that I can see what the process is for approval?
Yeah, I'm not quite clear what you're asking, but I can talk to you afterwards.
Thank you.
It's okay. All right, thank you. The only thing I would say, if you were looking at the P&L, there are a couple of things. Our insurance is at $25,000 for the month of June, but that's really, there's 10 to 12K in there worth of accruals, which is a non-cash flow, because since we're moving from an accrual to a cash system, There are still some approvals left that have to be, what the term is, brought down to a zero from a previous accrual because it's been expensed. So if you were to take that out, then we would be in a positive for June. Also in the repairs, there are some things that have been posted that are going to be transferred to the restricted fund that just got misposted. So, and that's another 10 to 15K. So for June, under the circumstances, we're doing well. I mean, we still have more maintenance and repairs than we have funds to, do them all, but we are moving in the right direction. So, is anybody have any questions? Yes. All right.
She has a question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
How much money is in preservation? I don't have to find it on
Is
here.
that the historical account? 50,000.
All right. Next is the general manager's report.
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me? Okay. So I'm going to start off with our office staff. They are currently working on our delinquent accounts. I don't have a total as yet of a total delinquent because there's some that are at our lawyers, and they're working on putting liens, foreclosures, things like that. So we're waiting to get all that information back. But as of April to date, my office has collected $75,000 in back pay from assessments and things that people owe. So we're working diligently on that. I will be out to let people know once I have totals and who needs to have their last letter sent at 209, that we will be putting liens on people's property if they do not pay. So that's something that I'm working on very diligently so that we can get our finances squared away and we know who we have taken care of, put a lien on, and all that really fun stuff that nobody likes to have to do collections on. Does anybody have any questions on that? No? Okay. Maintenance. So you'll be happy to know that we recently put together a landscaping crew of 3 of our people. I had to hire 1 person. So that makes up a group of 3 that will be working on Monday through Friday all day long, and they will each have their own zones, so they'll be taking care of the green areas. They will also be taking care of the units. I will send out communication on what person is in charge of those areas. So once you see that being started, which we already started, but we also have a lawnmower that we were waiting on, which got delivered yesterday. So with the new crew, I did have to buy a new lawnmower for $5,600. I had to get another backpack blower, and then I had to get another weed eater. The backpack blower was $499. They have started on it, so I'm excited. I don't know if anybody has seen any change in the landscaping, but we are definitely working really hard on it. If anybody has any concerns, you all know where to find me. So don't be shy, give me a call. And then we also, Philip and the maintenance technicians have begun street striping, but ran into some challenges with the machine not working properly. So they had to get some of that stuff fixed, so they'll be continuing on next week as well. We did start though. You'll see some over by the commissary down. If you're going commissary toward our office, you'll see it on the right-hand side. But you should see more being done as soon as we get that street striper working. That's a tongue twister. You can say that one 10 times. But as soon as we get that fixed, you'll see more street striping, okay? And then I've taken inventory on our traffic signs, where we need to put new stop signs, new yield signs, new signs for our units. I'm working diligently with Russell to add some signage for one-way streets and for RVs to know where they need to go. So I'll be working on that as well. So probably by our next meeting, we should have some of those up and done. And then we'll continue as we go along with that. So it'll look much nicer. Our RV park, I replaced all the blinds, ceiling lights, traffic and road signs over there. We started working on those. We also are working on replacing the gate for the RV rental lot. It has to be actually fixed because it's so big. We have somebody that's going to come in and work on that because we can't purchase it in town. Unfortunately, it's just too big. So we've got somebody that's going to repair it. And then where the trash area is, where I guess they do the cooking and stuff, the building behind the front, we're expanding the trash area to come out. And then, when you come down the stairs, you can kind of see that. So it's kind of unsightly. So we're building a gate. So then that way, anybody that's over there, they don't see all that trash out there. So it'll look. Any questions on that?
Where's that trash?
Yes, sir.
Where's that trash being fixed again?
The
RV park.
Oh, in the RV?
Yeah, the RV park.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
So some time ago, there was a move to upgrade the electrical in the RV park. You may not be up to speed on that simply because it was before you were here. But is there any progress on that? Was that ever accomplished? Or?
I have no idea, but I'll tell you what, I'll look into it.
That's part of the electrical system where we're going to try to get our electrical systems all assessed. It hasn't started yet, correct?
Well,
No.
Well, we're waiting on Rio Grande Electric I think,
Yeah.
for the upgraded
an
transformer.
upgraded transformer.
Yeah.
So it's still in progress in Rio Grande. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to, since you were talking about the
Okay, all right, well, I will put that on my list, okay? All right, thank you. My long list.
sorry.
No, don't be sorry. So security, we hired a full-time and one part-time guard gate attendant. We also recently replaced the vanity, the toilet, the baseboards in the bathroom, and repainted the whole thing. We'll be replacing the cabinets where the guards actually stand because the cabinets are really old and in bad shape. It needed an uplifting for a while, so we'll be working on that portion. And then we also, I noticed that we didn't have a good process for the keys and locking them up. So I ordered a new key cabinet for them to be able to lock up all the keys, have them all coded correctly. And so they have to lock them up nightly. They'll have a code to get them out. And so we'll have those in proper order. And that's just normal safety things that you should be doing anyway. And that's it for security. Golf course, an assistant superintendent's been hired, and then we lost a maintenance tech. So the assistant superintendent will be helping in the absence of that maintenance golf person, but also will be monitoring the guys. We'll be making sure that they're getting things done because they have to have the supervision that they need. Also, the hours are going to be changing for them as well because I don't know why, but they only work Monday through Friday. When you have a golf course, you should have people out there on the weekend when people are golfing. So those hours are going to be changing. So we will have a maintenance golf tech out there on the weekends. So I will send dispatch when that has been done and you'll see the hours for that. Does anybody have any questions about that? Okay. Also, on the pump is working fantastic. It's pumping 1,070 gallons per minute with 140 PSI. And for those of you that may not know what PSI is, it's pounds per square inch. On the golf course, it's holding a 90 PSI and they currently have to jet the lines due to the increase of pressure and volume. This also is knocking off a lot of buildup from calcium from the water. Some of these sprinkler heads have been clogged, so they've had to do maintenance on that because of the pressure, which is good because the more pressure, the wider and width that the water will water the greens, which is what we need for it to look good. Volunteer support. This is one of my favorites right now. I have David working out at the golf course. And David, oh my God, you guys, he did such an amazing job on refurbishing the tables outside. So if you haven't been out there, you need to go out there. He fixed all the market lights, he fixed a leak, he fixed the AC in the green room. He's got 3 more tables to refurbish, so they are absolutely beautiful. He's been just really working really hard. He's going to be doing some other things for me as well. And then I finally met Warren. Everybody's told me about Warren. So I have Warren working on the bar at commissary. There was a lot of termite damage underneath it. So he actually had to pull it all out. We did spray and treat it, and he is putting it back together so it has shelves and stuff, because we are going to be using the commissary for more events, which will bring me up to, and thank you for all the volunteers. I'm just getting to know who does what, and from the bottom of my heart, I appreciate everything you guys all do, because I just think it's fantastic. So thank you for who's here and who's been helping. I appreciate that. So our event, so our Farmers Artisan Market again is going to be on August 3rd. We are working on cooling, so it will be cooler than it was last time, but we still had a fantastic turnout. So it'll be a lot nicer. We've kind of revamped it, moving it back further, and then we'll have an AC unit that's going to be in a window. I've got Philip and Max working on that. And we'll have a swamp cooler in there as well. We also will have fresh produce, and we also will have dirt road cookers there, which if you haven't heard, you need to look it up. It's the one that's been on the Texas Road Eats. It's the people that cook the pizza outside. It's like an 8-foot pizza. So they're going to be out there cooking that, so you can come out, and if you buy a gigantic piece, it's actually like a big piece of a big pizza. So you can feed your family with it. So it'd be awesome. And then we're going to have beer, mimosas, and margaritas. Yeah. So, yeah. And, you know, the more you drink, the more you're going to buy. So you might as well just come on out and have fun.
Does that work with you selling?
Huh?
Give me a margarita and I'll sell it.
No, I got to put that margarita machine to work. I will tell you that. Okay, Ghostly Tours. We are partnering with the community council. They asked us to partner. I'm kind of bossy, so I kind of am taking most of it over, because the theme should always be military doctors, nurses, because that was what was on the fort. So I've got this whole amazing thing planned for the tour. We're going to have a graveyard out in the par 3. We're going to do a haunted house in the bottom of the Seminole. But it's all going to be military, and it's going to be scary, and it's going to be awesome. So just to let you know, I can't reveal all the good stuff, but you'll know it. But I will ask volunteers to build me some headstones. So just watch out for that dispatch to come out. Yes, ma'am, date. The date is going to be the 31st, the 1st, and the 2nd.
Of
October.
And anybody,
October.
I'm sorry, October 31st, yes. And if anybody has some old fatigues, helmets, whatever you want to get rid of, please donate it, because I'm going to need that. But you're not going to get it back, because it's going to get full of blood. Okay? Just so you know.
Good.
Just thought I'd tell you that.
But it'll be safe.
But it'll be not real blood, but you know. But yeah, there you go. And then, so recap of July 4th. So a total was spent of $7,969.57. Sponsors and sales revenue was $5,508. Net loss, $2,461.57. With that said, though, we did not find out until the day before, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, that we would not be able to do fireworks, which was okay. We understood, you know, we had a drought, we didn't want to burn the fort down, and I didn't want to be hung from a tree for doing that. So we opted, you know, to be safe. So that did stop 2.5 hours of sales that we could have done, but we did buy a margarita machine. And that margarita machine is paid for, and that will be able to be used time and time and time again. The marketing that we spent is also marketing that signage that we can use time and time again because it doesn't have a date except July 4th on it. So we don't have to spend that money again. So it's a reinvestment for us to be able to make that back. But I will say this, we had the biggest parade that Fort's ever seen in golf carts, and it was amazing. We had 32 entrants, and I never saw such a sight. It was fantastic. So, with all that said, next year, hopefully we'll have rain and we'll be able to have that big fireworks, but our fireworks are bought. They're already paid for. So we have them for next year so we don't have to spend that money. Does anybody have any questions on that? No?
Two things, a clarification. David, who is mixing those tables at
At the Staples.
Tables.
Oh,
tables?
David Mann.
David Mann, okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I assumed you all knew that. Sorry.
Number
David Mann.
one. Number two, for the 4th of July, there was over $3,000 in donations for the fireworks, correct? They paid, the donations,
Sponsors.
sponsors paid for the fireworks, correct?
Yes.
Okay, that's not members' money.
No, it was all sponsors.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so, and I got sponsors from Del Rio, from people that I know over there that sponsored us, and we did say thank you and send them thank you cards, and we did announce it, so it was really amazing, and we had sponsors from Bracket as well. We listed it all, I believe we posted it, so I think everybody could see who sponsored us, which I thought was fantastic. And then, other items to note, recently we've had some calls from people that there have been broken tree branches that may have fallen on a car or an RV, and when it's no, they can claim that through our insurance. I am really sorry to say, no, you cannot, because that's an act of nature, and our insurance, or nobody's insurance, other than maybe the personal insurance, is going to cover that. We can't know what's going to happen with weather, tornadoes, floods, anything like that. So unfortunately, you're going to have to claim that through your insurance if that does happen to you. Sorry, but that's the way it is. I don't know a nicer way to say that, other than maybe nature will be nice to us and won't let any more drop, but I can't promise that. And then the last thing I would like to put out there is that we have a youth hunt that we're doing for our members. The first Saturday and Sunday, and the last Saturday and Sunday, which is free. So if you know anybody that is a member and they want to learn how to hunt, and it's from 10 years old to 17, please have them call the office so they can make an appointment. I'm also working with Vanessa Plafka from the Hope Outreach Church, because we are looking for a family in Bracket, and then we'll be looking for a family on Fort Clark Springs for us to donate a doe for them and have it cut up and processed so they can have this for the future. And that's all I have. What month is that? I have not decided.
You said the first and last, is that?
September. Yes, September, yes. And we're working with Lee Gillespie, who's been great, and Matt and Philip are part of that. So Lee Gillespie has also written us a wildlife guide and process, and he's also working on getting us some things that maybe we could do something through the state of Texas for that. I haven't heard from him on that yet, but when I do find out, I'll let you know. So we're working on all kinds of stuff so we can make the fort better. Any other questions? Thank you. Yeah.
I'd just like to say, in case anybody was wondering whether we have a general manager now, we do. So thank you, Charlie.
Seriously, thank you.
Yeah, they keep telling me I have to stay for 12 years. Well, I'm going to be with a cane and a walker in 12 years.
Yeah. Sorry, we'll get you. That's a good idea. We'll get you
Cane
a
and
golf
walker
cart.
and a margarita.
Whatever we have to do.
Whatever we have to, golf cart.
Oh, my goodness.
All right. Committee reports. Airport report?
Yeah, there's a airport committee report. The airfield was treated for fire ants and mesquite. This is from Stan Music. I attended a board meeting with committee chairs, and per their request, the committee is preparing a budget request as well as a long-term airport maintenance plan. 2 pilots visited in June, both member guests for the day. The airport supported a Fort Clark Springs board requested training exercise with an outside agency in the main hangar. And I sort of remember him saying that at some point he wants to have like an open day for folks to come visit the airport. I think that would be nice so that the members can, if you haven't been there, you can see what's going on at the airport. Unfortunately, because of the nature of the business done there, it's not always open to the public where you can just drive out onto the airport. But there's some history there, and I know that the committee has maybe gotten a little more focused on sharing the information about the airport, and hopefully we'll be able to see some improvement there and be able to actually go out and learn more about the airport. That's all from that.
Architecture?
I think this is not how
I don't know if I can butt in here, but, so some years back, there was a fly-in that was organized, and that was really great, because there was, I don't think, must have been maybe 10, 15 small planes came in, and then it was open for members to go and be able to talk to the pilots and, you know, wander through the hangar. So that, I don't know if that is something they might think about again, but that was a really great event.
I know he talked about that, yes.
Thank you. Architecture. We do have.
Okay, I do have a report. Since June the 15th, we have approved 4 permits. We tabled 1 until we receive additional information. We're working with 1 member on a possible variance request concerning working without a permit. And we continue to work on violations. If we can see them, we address them. That has been submitted by our own Francis Bitter.
All right, golf committee report.
I guess that's all me. Looks like we have no golf committee report.
Preservation.
Preservation will meet again in September.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Sharon. And recycling.
Recycling.
Yeah.
Good morning. Well, I have a new project. I'm going to start collecting sneakers, tennis shoes, golf shoes for money, maybe. If they're in decent shape, the company will give us $3 if it's in excellent shape, $2 if it's good shape, $1 if it's fair. If they're no good, we save the landfill. So what I need is, okay, so I can put a box in the admin office. I can put a box in the gym, and I guess the golf course too, the pro shop. So that was an idea from the people in Utopia are doing that. So I thought, well, let's just see, you know. So it's free. I mail them back for free. So I have no expenses.
So it's, so we win either way. Yeah.
We can put dispatch out for you too.
Yeah, and I just happen to have a dispatch.
And do you
gotta give it to, I don't see her.
We can make these flyers too, if you'd like. Just let me know what you want on it,
Yeah,
and we can make flyers, because people pick up flyers all the time at our counter.
that's great. Yeah,
Yeah, we'll promote it.
yeah. And I have a box already and I just put it up yesterday in the recycle center. So we'll see. Anyway, I thought it's worth, everybody has old sneakers.
Heck, yeah.
So it saves the landfill because that's where they go. And so this company can use the rubber that's in these shoes. So, yeah, so they shred them and get whatever they can out of it. So hopefully they're making a little profit. Okay, I don't know, well, we got $2,206, and I don't know if I told you guys that last month, I wasn't sure. But anyway, that was for cardboard shipment, and hopefully I'll be sending one off in a couple of weeks. So far in 2024, that's all we have. 2023, the total was 3506, and 2022 was 5324, which amounts to 11,000. I didn't see this on the profit and loss statement, but supposedly we have a recycle line, so I'm keeping track. I don't know what the profit and loss statement that I glanced at. I couldn't find.
Yeah, I don't know that we have it. It's classed out in a classification, just not, it's rolled up in the other numbers.
Okay.
But I don't think we were tracking until 2023.
Yeah.
I mean, that was our agreement with
okay.
you, is to start in 2023 to
Okay.
keep those line items.
If that's correct, then we have, that was a total with this year, 5712
The 3506 and the 22.
for just 23 and 24.
Okay. And well, I am working on a report for that, so.
Okay. And then our expenses well, this goes back to when we got the baler. Because I had to pay the electrician, and the Ford gave us 1,000. So our expenses have been $1,789. So whatever that's minus probably 4,000, 3,000 we should have as a profit. The bad news is I need a forklift. We've got
You were going so well.
we started last week using the forklift. Boom, what is it? Hydraulic fluid is boom. So it kills me, I'm telling you. So John is working on it, trying to fix. It's not too bad, but we had to put the kitty litter down and the mess that you have to do to clean it up. It's just terrible. So thank you. It just bothers me. Yeah. That's the report.
Well, now you did submit for a grant. Have you heard back on that one yet, or we
Now
just?
September.
September.
Yeah, I asked for 25.
Hey,
Maybe they'll give us a little more. I told them it takes transportation, so maybe I can ask for 30. So, but yeah, September. Now, the other good thing is keep Texas recycling. We'll have grant applications coming up in September and also October. So if we're rejected by UP, then I'll start with Keep Texas Recycling. HEB has been very generous and gave them a bunch of money. In fact, paid for Floresville, built a recycle center thanks to HEB money. So that's very generous. And so they gave, they gave Keep Texas Recycling a bunch of money. Plus, we'll have Coca-Cola grant money. So we'll see. So maybe I can get a forklift. But, you know, used forklifts, you got to be pretty careful because of the amount of hours. You know, they'll sell them like ours. We're not sure how many hours we have on ours in terms of use, years of use. So we'll see. But like a new one probably is around 35,000. And the guy in Utopia who's in charge got a new one for, I think, 38, plus a radio is in it, so he could have music while he danced. And I thought, well, I don't really need that. So anyway, so that's the story.
The current forklift, y'all are putting Band-Aids right now to keep it, to move up and move stuff around.
It's on borrowed time.
No, it's terrible.
In your research of the forklifts, a used one, what is, because I don't know, 1,000 hours on a forklift is a good thing, or that's too many hours?
Oh, no, that's a good thing. I mean, I've seen them for 5,000 hours and they're still, you know, $18,000. So I've looked up about 5 or 6 places now, and there's, in fact, Lone Star Forklift is in San Antonio, and they have places in Houston and wherever in Texas. So that might be a place to go. Or
For $18,000, 5,000 hours, John, is that pretty good?
She's right on money. Yeah.
Okay,
yeah. So
that's good to know.
yeah, there are all kinds of variations. And if you get different tires, it's more expensive than pneumatic
Altering tires as opposed to shop tires.
Yeah, and we only need the cheap one. The cushion is what we have right now. So,
They can last up to $20,000.
Right, yeah. I mean, 5,000 hours is about a quarter of their life if you take good care of them. And you're right, about 18,000, you know, will get you a really good forklift.
yeah, but I'd much rather have one that's going to last for, you know, so, but we'll see. We'll see what happens in September.
Last if they maintain it.
Yeah.
Did you look into how much credit we can get on our used one, or you have no idea?
Oh, I did not.
Okay.
I did not. I mean, first of all, you would need pictures, and there's no problem getting a picture, I don't mean, but I have no idea how many hours this thing has been. I mean, we got it used in 2012.
Yeah.
And, you know, the oil company in Odessa, how much use did they have? No idea.
Okay.
You know, so, I mean, it doesn't look bad, but there's a lot of scrapes on it and whatever. I mean, it's a Nissan, and so a lot of uncertainty. So, that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I forgot to mention something on my report. So the fence, I know we had a talk at the women's coffee, so I have a bid for that. I'm just waiting for an email approval for it. And then it's about $4,000, but we also had somebody that crashed into the fence, and I claimed that through the insurance. So we're gonna get $1,500 for that. So the fence that we're gonna get fixed out in the whole front is only gonna be $2,500. So just thought I'd share that with everybody. Yeah, that's good.
What kind of fence?
I'm sorry?
What kind of fence?
Well, what's already there?
Okay.
Changing.
You're just straightening it up.
Yeah, restretching it.
Yeah, they'll restretch it, refix all the.
No, I understand. I was just wondering what it was.
But next year, I will be doing a campaign, because I am working on re-beautifying a whole new front. So more to come on that, but I have to put it all together, send it out to everybody so everybody can see it. But it's gonna, if people like it and they would like me to move forward with it. It'll be something that people can buy a column on, and it will make it look like a fort. I've got a beautiful plan for it, but that'll be next year.
All right, community council.
Lisa,
Yes.
I may have made a mistake. I got a message from Constance Kilgore about, she said she sent me a preservation committee report in my email, and I thought that I had asked Cassie to print it and provide it. I may not have done that, so I'm not throwing Cassie under the bus at all. It's my fault for not having it. But do you know of anything in addition besides reporting that preservation is on hiatus? Was there a particular item? I don't remember.
I don't know about you, but I got an email from Constance saying that there was something coming up that she wanted an email vote on.
So I just got back in town, and I'll be working with Constance this next week. And we've got a couple of projects that we have gotten bids on, and some that we need to get additional bids on. And once we get those additional bids, then we will be submitting for repair. And what we're looking at is a museum, the service club, and the hall. Any comments? Well, commissary also. We're getting bids on commissary windows, but I need to get I've been out of pocket for a few weeks, and so I'm back, and I'll hit that this next week, trying to get bids together so that we can then submit it to our committee and then submit it to the board.
Okay, yeah, I knew there was more to it than that. And so I appreciate, Ms. Hugh, you standing up to contribute that.
Well, and to speak to the commissary, though, that is not historical. It's not something that is covered under preservation, so that would have to be a different discussion for commissary. But I do know that community council did donate some funds for the windows for the commissary. Is that?
Yes, they did.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, community council report, I have something. Community council is on vacation until September the 14th. They take off for 2 months in the summer. Community council is working hard towards preparing for Fort Clark Days, and during this time as well, trying to have other fundraisers to help with finances to make Fort Clark Springs better. We have our rifle raffle going on, still open until August the 1st. You can still buy a raffle ticket until August the 1st. But then they will report back after the September 14th meeting at the regular board of directors meeting in September. Currently, the rifle raffle, I don't know why I have a hard time saying that, has collected $1,850. The tickets are $50 each and can be purchased online.
Thank you. All right, so let's move into, we have 3 email votes. The first email vote was for the engagement letter with Mr. Rosas, who is the tax attorney for our tax protest. Motion was made by John Wiley. The email vote was unanimous for the email vote and for the motion. So that passed and it retained him. The second email item is for the fireworks. We approved the purchase of the 4th of July fireworks. Motion was made by me. It was unanimous for the email vote and for the motion. Obviously, since we have the fireworks. And lastly, we had an email vote to approve the purchase of the equipment that Ms. Charlene spoke about earlier for the zero-turn mower, the blower, and weed eater. Part of the reason for the mower is because in the units, a lot of the places that haven't been taken care of in the past, the green spaces is a smaller area, and our larger equipment doesn't get in there. You know, the only thing we've had is a hand push mower, so this mower will be able to get into those smaller areas. So the motion was for $6,800 and $68.9336. 4 votes yes. Tony, Jason, John, and I, 1 abstained with memo. Same for the motion, both, that was both the same for the motion and the memo. Anybody have any questions about that? All right. Discussion. We have, because of changes in 209, we have to have a finding policy reported. So we've had the attorney draft it, since there is so much to make sure that we do it appropriately. And so has everybody had a chance to review the finding policy?
That's right.
Yes. Yes. Do we have, does anybody have any questions about it?
That looks good to me. It's acceptable.
Yes, sir.
So finding policy, you're talking about violation of this now thing.
Yes, sorry. Yeah, it's a policy for architecture and for rules and regs. So it covers all finding, how we notice it and everything else. And once this is passed and recorded, we will be putting it on the website so that any member can view it and see. There is a list of some of the charges for the fines in this finding policy, but we don't have to have a comprehensive list. We just have to have the policy in the process. Mr. Herman?
What rules and regs, what year policy were used? Last time they were upgraded, I think it was 2006.
Yeah, those are what we're
What are the
doing.
ones that you are basing this policy on?
Yes, because that's our most current rules and regs. There's one from 2006.
I think there's some changes, some things that we may or may not be able to, like within this policy, there's curable and uncurable violations as some examples. Curable are parking violations, maintenance violations, like architectural violations, ongoing noise violations such as a barking dog, uncurable, fireworks, noise violation that's ongoing, and holding garage sales, or other events prohibited by governing documents. I mean, there's some examples in here, but I don't think that the rules and regs 100, like, there's some minor changes there.
Yes, but I think you were saying we're
Yes.
basing our finding off of what our rules and regs are, which one?
Right, and they were supposed to be upgraded and redone, but
No, yeah. Helene and I worked on that.
yeah, well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. That was never adopted, no.
Right.
Yeah, so we're at 2006. And just for everyone's information, uncurable things like speeding, fireworks, and there is no notice. It's an immediate fine. So it's because you can't hear it. It's sped, so you get the fine. So speeding.
So I will clarify that, might have to speak on.
No, we're not doing a traffic violation, so we don't have to have a speed.
So
We
how
can
does
tell
that
when
work? You're
somebody's-
driving too fast, I'm giving you an arbitrary ticket, is that how it's?
No, if somebody sees somebody, you can tell on Fort Park Road and Scales Road, anywhere when you're speeding. If somebody reports it with a,
So we're gonna go,
the license plate, thank you.
so we're gonna go off any member that calls in and says, hey, I saw this guy hauling ass down 4 O'clock Road, $200. Or-
Yes, and that person has the right, per 209, to dispute it and come to the board. But if we don't do something, nothing's going to change. If we keep doing what we're doing, then we're going to keep getting what we get. But there is a process for them to dispute that.
Yeah, there's built-in due
Yes.
process
Yes.
provisions that allow for requesting a hearing. And there's rules, specific rules dealing with when you have to have the hearing. So I think it's a pretty comprehensive proposal, and I certainly don't see any problem.
I think it'll be easier for, to enforce it with the non-members compared to the members, but we should be able to get the members' attention with policy.
Mr. Herman?
Yeah, just in conjunction with the speeding thing, you know that what has an agreement with sheriff's department.
That has expired.
Oh, it has?
Yes.
Okay.
So, yeah, we no longer have an interlocal agreement with them. Yeah. But we are allowed,
How were they qualified to say that this person was speeding?
well, and that's why there is a process to dispute it. But, I mean, you know, we know going down Port, I live on Port. We have a handful of speeders, you know, so if they get fined and they dispute it, and then we waive the fine, then the next time they do it, you know, it's obvious that it's habitual.
Maybe this person's got to out for this person. How can you justify somebody without proof that they are speeding?
Well, it's not proof of what speed they're traveling. And it is a subjective observation that if you believe one to be traveling at an unsafe speed, and that's the gist of it. It's not one that says we are proving or having to prove person was going 52 miles an hour in a 30-mile-an-hour zone. That's not the point. And there is not a criminal sanction for it. In other words, you don't, you know, like getting a speeding ticket on the highway by a law enforcement officer. The result of that could be that if you get so many tickets in a certain period of time, now you're penalized and you have a hickey on your driver's license. There's ramifications to that. That's not the case here. You just simply get a fine. You can dispute it. There's due process provisions in this that allow for you to come and dispute it. But it's a civil administrative procedure, not a criminal procedure like it is in dealing with a law enforcement ticket.
Mr. Benham?
Yeah, I want to back up from that. John, you mentioned one of the insurable fines to be a garage sale. Could you elaborate on that? Because we're allowed to have a garage sale.
Yeah, no, that's just what it says in there as an example.
Yes.
It's not that we regulate garage sales, it was just an example, and we can have
Yeah.
it's what 209 gives us an example.
Yeah, it's just the example. It's not
It's
our
not,
personal.
yeah, our personal.
I want clarification on
Yeah.
that. People listening on YouTube, and some of the people in the room probably are going to be on the Charlene at the end of the meeting, and some are going, whoa, what the heck? So that was just an example, and that's not something that's a problem here before.
Yeah, and I could have read the whole thing, but I was just giving an example. But it says by way of example and not in limitation. So it's just examples.
We
And to
have
be
a
clear-
agreement with the That's great. I just wanted to close to it.
And to be clear for everybody out, what do you call it, TV land? We do not regulate garage sales, other than, you know, we ask that you take down your signs. You don't have to get a permit, you don't have to get permission. So, we're all good with that.
I didn't hear it. What did you
No, they usually, 4 o'clock days, we usually have to know garage sales on that weekend. Brings it too much traffic.
Oh, yeah. That makes sense.
But that is all.
Well, if there are no further questions, do we have a motion?
I make a motion to adopt the policy.
Yes.
A second motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No, I don't like this arbitrary speeding. Any member can just slam a ticket on me and I gotta come down here and do it.
That's not in the binding policy, but that's,
I thought you just said speeding was a thing and we,
it's considered uncurable. But the term is just uncurable in the policy.
so there's
From
garage
209.
sale examples and speeding examples that we're not gonna use in our policy documentations. It seems like we could have used examples for things that are actually relevant to this place. Okay, fine, four up, one down.
Okay. Motion passes. Next item is the swim park common property. Man, we should name that something. Alteration form. Here it is. All right. Most people know that
I did not follow the proper procedure. Oh, sorry. I will apologize to all of you. I did not follow the proper procedure for putting in the poles on the cement pad. So, lesson learned, that will never happen again. But I will tell you, it was not a historical slab. So I did do my research on that, but again, it was my fault for not following policy. My apologies.
the form was then sent out afterwards to both preservation and historical. The Historical Society, since it concerns historical property, I mean, the whole area is considered historical. And it was unanimous by both committees that they have they see no problem with it because we can remove it and if we choose to. So I don't know if we need to make a motion to.
Well, I'd like to comment on a couple of things. So I think this is our first time exercising this, and I think we need to be really clear on the rules and how the committee established this. So if you read the common property alteration form, it does not say that it must go to the committees unless it violates preservation or historical. It's still the board's decision as to whether or not it gets passed. So the first thing you have to deem is the alteration form does have to be filled out. And I could be wrong on some of my understanding, so somebody may have to correct me, but the alteration form does have to be filled out. But if it does not violate either one of the preservation or historical, then it just comes to the board. It does not have to go to those two entities. So in this case, to my knowledge, that slab is not historical.
No, but because the swim park is considered a historical, the entire thing is a historical area.
It's in the historical district.
Historical district, thank you for
The
the.
district is in a very large state, and it is in the historical district.
Okay, so it is in that encompassed area?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to, we need to make that, understand that clarification. 'Cause I think if you made an alteration, say, I'm just going to hypothetically say out here, you know, then it wouldn't have to necessarily go to those two entities. You just
Gotcha.
bring it to the board.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
And also, make it clear that it was only $300, right?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
And because I've heard a large amount.
Yes. So I will put it out there. I've read some of the stuff that was said, some of the costs that was said. No, it didn't cost $5,000. The poles were free. We had them at the maintenance. The only cost was just the shade that got put up, and that was it. And we took them down. And when I talked to Russell, because I called Russell right away when I heard I caused a big ruckus, and it literally gave me a stomach ache because that is the last thing I would want to do. He told me, you know, fill out the form, send it in, because at the end, after the shades are gone, we can hang market lights up there and put them on a timer that people can enjoy in the evening, which would be absolutely wonderful. And they were all okay with that. And they told me I didn't need to take the poles down, that they were fine with that. But no, it was only $300. It was only the shades.
Okay, and Tony, can you help me with this, please? Will you flip to the second page of the operation form?
Yeah.
You look at the note, because I just want to clarify this, because we need to exercise this properly, and we need to all understand it, including us up here. If you read the note on the back, it says, if the intended alteration is to historic property, not historic district, that's property. I'm just trying to clarify whether there's a difference. I genuinely do not know. Input from the Historical Society and Preservation Committee is mandatory prior to submitting this form to the board. Historic property refers to any features added by the Army or Brown and Root. So that's the minimum requirement, right? If it was added by Brown and Root or the Army, then you must submit this form to those two committees. If it's outside of the, am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, I believe you're right, John.
Okay. So you're going to be here a while. We're going to be here a while. You know, everybody has an interest. I think we just all need to understand how it works. And not that we're going to get it perfect the first time. And it's good that we didn't get it perfect the first time. Because we can keep talking about it and making sure that we protect the common interests that we all have on the common property, historical and preservation. So this is a good thing to happen. I know some people might say it's bad, but it's a good thing. We need to keep talking about this and make sure that if there's some refining that needs to be done in this, that we can go back and refine it and make it better so that every board after us, you know, it gets used properly and we protect everybody.
Would it be appropriate to read Russell's note?
We can, yeah.
Into the record? I think that helped. It would help. But Russell Knoll sent this note. He said the FCSA board, upon receiving the common property alteration form from Mrs. Cavender, the general manager, it was forwarded to the Fort Clark Historical Society Board of Directors for review. The consensus was disappointment that the procedure not being followed was before the project proceeded. We did, however, understand the number of errors by several individuals that led to this mistaken judgment. This was the first time the policy/procedure was called upon, and it is and will be a learning experience for all of us. All the comments from the Historical Society board members were either questions or constructive criticism. It is our belief it should be considered a temporary structure because it can be unbolted and removed within just a few hours. It is important that we make a very serious effort to preserve the integrity of our historic district while at the same time applying common sense judgment. That all makes sense to me, and John, I think you certainly pointed that out in your comments.
Well, and maybe we need to change some of this in the future. I don't know, but we just got to keep talking about it and get it right.
And for those, I mean, I'm not, you know, I don't know who all is aware or not, but the history of this form was because things were being done to not only historical but common property without the approval of the board or input from the historical or, you know, the parties concerned. Because the board is responsible for all the common property. And so it's just a measure of checks and balances so that someone can't just, us or someone else can't just unilaterally decide to tear something out, tear something down, that type of thing. So, and yes, if we need to edit it, then we still haven't filed it. So, right now, you know, we can edit it and then.
I like to add in regards to this whole matter. I know it's a lot simpler to start a forest fire at any point in the forest instead of going straight to the source of the information. The information, everything that was presented specifically on Facebook, it took a life of its own without calling the source. The source was Ms. Cavender. She would have been more than happy to explain it, to share the expense, whatever else, but it just took a life of its own. And it's really unfortunate that so many people that are over the age of 21 would get caught up in it. So
well, it's not the first time it's happened, obviously.
No. So please, members, when in doubt, sometimes we'll have answers for you. Ms. Cavender's available. She may not be able to take your call immediately. Leave your name and number, and she'll be more than happy to respond to your concern or question. Correct?
Correct. My door is always open. I have nothing to hide. I am here because I think the fort's an amazing place. And I want to be part of that, not somebody who's gonna not take care of it, if you will. But some of those comments when this happened, I was blatantly called an idiot, which to me is not very professional. It's not very adult-like. And if they would have just called me, I could have said, hey, I made a mistake. People make mistakes. And the minute I found out about that, the first person I called, Russell, and told him, oh my God, Russell, I think I did something wrong. I said, what do I do to fix it? And he explained it to me, and I apologized, and he understood, but it is never an intention of mine ever to do anything that would hurt anybody or anything on this board. So I just want you all to know that you can always come to me.
Charlene, my comment about that would be it caught me completely off guard as well. I would have made the same mistake.
Yeah.
So don't throw yourself under the bus any longer. Let's move past this.
Yeah.
And it really breaks my heart when we see comments generated that you referred to, Memo, where this issue took a life of its own and continued with that discussion. Unfortunately, that's a pretty common practice here. But the good part of this, I think it's heightened not only mine, but your awareness of what we have to be focused on.
Right.
And it's a good thing. So as far as I'm concerned, the result of this is nothing but positive.
Yeah.
Right.
Absolutely.
Is it?
Do you have, excuse me.
You go ahead. I didn't raise my hand. I didn't raise it.
Do you have, in the office, a folder for the historical district, in that who issued it and what you're allowed to do in the historical district?
Yes.
Because that's not the same as the Kinney County Historical District or the Texas Historical District. That was a federal, some part of the federal government. I don't know if it's Parks and, you have to look at the sign that's over there. It says
Parks and Wildlife.
the Parks and Wildlife, they're the ones who issued that. It's not Texas. I'm sure Texas had to abide by the rules, but, it was different, issued by a different organization.
I might have to look into that because I'm not sure, but I know what our historical area is. So I'm very well aware because I talk to Russell all the time.
Yeah, I understand that, but there's two different organizations
Sure.
involved in this historical stuff. That's what.
But what we're dealing with here is the restrictions we're putting on ourselves.
Right.
This is mainly, our buildings have very strict standards to keep their historical status. The historic district is more, we don't get a tax exemption for historical district. It's just what they've been identified as and what we are self-regulating to maintain that.
So that's the point. If there is no restriction by being a district, it's just a location. You basically do what you want, but then you would have to follow in county historical district rules if it's involves something in that district.
Thanks, Bill. So do we need to vote on this? Or is it just, we don't know about it? We didn't set up that process whether we were voting on it.
Well,
Is it no? Yeah.
Well, it's on the agenda as an action.
Discussion.
Discussion and action.
So, well, okay, do I have a motion to approve the alteration?
I so move.
Second.
All in favor?
Given those limitations and restrictions.
Well, and then it's also temporary.
Yes.
You know, in the event that we learn something new or new piece of information, it can, which Russell acknowledged in his email,
Yeah.
which I would consider input from the Historical Society, that, you know, it can be removed if it becomes a problem.
Yes, it's your time.
And then we're publicly cognizant of this issue. That's the most important part.
Yes.
Yes.
So we have a motion.
I second.
You second. All right, all in favor? Opposed? Unanimous? All right, the second, or the third item is the assign a tax agent. I will, and by tax agent, we mean the person that is representing, the person that's representing us through the tax protest. We do not feel it is necessary to take this vote, but we are, because our concern is to do everything that we feel we are fiduciary, that is our fiduciary responsibility. And if that means we take a vote in order to further this tax protest, then that's what we'll do. So I would like to, I guess I can make a motion to appoint John Wiley as our agent in this matter.
Second.
You know, before we vote on it, my comment about it is, I think it's the most ridiculous thing that we've ever had to address. One of them. And frankly, because we are engaging in a matter that is important to all of the membership for the benefit of the fort, I believe, and I'm not taking away from your motion in the second, but I believe for purposes of discussion that we could very easily vote on appointing any one of the members of the board that would be available at the time it's necessary to have the tax protest hearing before the appraisal review board.
Yes, and to be clear, there is nothing in the state that requires us to take a vote.
I agree. I don't think there's anything that requires us to take a vote. If you want to go forward with this vote, I'm not going to oppose it, but I will tell you that I think that acknowledging that any member of the board that is acting in line with the desire of the board could appear before the appraisal review board and argue our position.
I hear what you're saying.
So,
I would add that we're going through this exercise because the county appraisal district person, Mr. Todd Tate, who is a public official, made it a point that he would prefer that this be done in an open public forum. So this is why we are at this point today. We weren't asked, it was pretty much told that this is the way we were going to be allowed to proceed as a taxpayer entity in this community. Highly unusual in my opinion, but that's what was requested from us. So that's why we are here today to proceed with a vote, and then John Wiley who is very thoroughly knowledgeable of our overall concern regarding Fort Clark property.
yes.
And we went to the appraisal meeting with the intention with the attorney there, Charlena there, John was there, Lisa was there. And then they just stonewalled us and blew us off until August 15th, which ultimately cost you guys money by the county blowing us off and having an attorney sitting there. And now we're going to go back again on August 15th and can try to continue with what we were doing.
So this wasn't a request. They're forcing you to do something that you don't think you need to do because they decided that that's what they want to do.
Well,
And I point that out is because you guys have been kind of, I feel like there's been a little dance around, well, we're going to do this vote because we think you're doing it because they're forcing you to do it because you think they're trying to stonewall the fort from putting forward a legitimate, reasoned objection to the way they are classifying our taxes.
Yes.
That's why you're taking the
I
vote.
think it's a great question, Curtis, and I think we need to be, we really preach being fair and balanced, you know, and giving both sides of the story. And so I think we're kind of missing a little bit of some of the, there's two elements here, is that you submit a registered agent form. When we walked in the office, I and Charlene signed it, submitted a registered agent form. And that she signed it off on it as to basically release her as a registered agent, and I'm the new agent. That immediately makes hers by law invalid. And so now there's just one copy of me being a registered agent. Now, the people who are sitting on the ARB board have folders, and in those folders, they have all the documents presented to them, and it says that Charlene is going to be the registered agent. And the ARB board was uncomfortable with that document in there saying that Charlene was the registered agent, but I was representing the association. So there's two issues. The first issue is that Mr. Tate does not want he did not at that moment, will not accept the registered agent form in its current form without us doing what we're doing now.
Thank you.
The ARB board was uncomfortable taking the document, using the document as Mrs. Cavender as the registered agent, and then, you know, say, hey, you know, Mrs. Secretary, go print out a few copies and putting it into their booklet. So there's two issues there, to be completely fair and so that everybody understands what's going on. But our only, this is what we talked about when we walked out, you know, purpose before pride. They want us to have a vote? All right, we'll vote on anything you want. This is not about us. This is about the membership. And it's our job to figure out how to get the most honest and respectful representation of our tax code applied to our association. So, you know, purpose before pride. You want us to vote? We'll vote. But to Tony's point, no, I do not believe. I looked. I couldn't find it. And if it would have been abundantly clear that it was necessary, Mr. Tate would not have had to take the position of, my attorney told us this. That means that it's not written in the tax code. So, you know, it doesn't really matter. All that's just minutia. At the end of the day, this is what we have to do to move forward. And that's our only goal, is to move forward.
And I appreciate that. I just wanted to have some clarification for the rest of the board rest of the board members, because it was originally listed up here a minute ago. Somebody said it was suggested by. It wasn't suggested. You guys were being held hostage.
Yeah.
And I think that it's important for the members to know that you guys are trying to put the force interests ahead of your own problem or your own likes or dislikes, but that at the same time, we're being obstructed in taking a course of action that we are legally entitled to do. And this is not personal from the fort against the city of Rackettville. This is, hey, we think you've made a mistake. We'd like you to at least give us a fair hearing and fix it.
Yes.
So I just think that everybody benefits from a little more clarity.
And we did offer,
And that's great, but I have no problem with what you want.
and we did offer to take a vote right then, an email vote. And that was rejected. And the ARB board said they were going to reach out to their attorneys just to clarify for themselves.
And they did.
Absolutely. But we haven't heard anything from them. They were supposed to let us know. So we're going to take this just to make sure, like I said, we can move forward, dot our I's, cross our T's, and move on.
Yeah.
And you're taken care of. Mr. Herb?
Just, I don't know if it makes any difference, but John, if he's doing it now and he's going to be the official representative, when he leaves the board, you're going to have to make sure that you.
Well, no, that's what's very interesting, and that's what's almost, probably shouldn't say this, comical about the situation, is that the tax office appears to consider an employee to have more rights of a registered agent and represent the fort than a property owner and a board member. So immediately, Mrs. Cavender, and as far as I understand, any employee has more right to sign a registered agent form and go represent themselves at the tax office than any of us do.
Yeah.
And we, by law, by our governing documents, have to own property here, and we have to be elected to this board. So no, at the end of the day,
And we don't have to
it's,
take a vote either, too.
and we don't have to take a vote. At the end of the day.
I walked in and said she's going to be the registered
Yeah,
agent.
I just sign, she signs a new registered agent form. I sign my name on it. She's now the new agent. And per their own, their own words, she is now the agent. There needs to be no more vote, no nothing. She just returns to being the.
I understand, but, to make sure that this fiasco doesn't happen again, once the agent changes, you're gonna have to send in a new form, like.
Sure, yeah,
Yeah,
when this is, well, and that would only be in the event of a tax protest.
Oh,
So, yeah, so at the end of the day, when this is all said and done, if there's, we can do exactly what you're saying. It's just one sheet of paper, 30 seconds.
30 seconds, so we don't have to file any fee or anything.
Don't make a mistake after the fact.
Yeah.
But is this disappointing you for any tax things in the future till we change it, or just for this specific protest?
It's just for this specific protest. Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
And I mean, have the case number and, all that, so.
All right, anything else before we vote?
Do we want to add that any person can do it, like Tony suggested to in a motion?
In case something happens, John.
Did you just,
Well,
do
I didn't know.
you have a voodoo doll back there?
I think for our purposes today, we should just follow through with the motion and the second that's been made. I mean, I personally believe that the appraisal review board could have simply accepted that change on the day that you were there.
Yes.
But somehow they were convinced to be confused and to be concerned and refused. And what does that have to do with the substance of our protest? Nothing. It's a procedural game that I don't even think can be authenticated in the procedure and the rules. So let's go along with this. I'm ready to vote.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
For John Wiley to be the
Are you?
Yeah.
Yeah, for
Pursuant to the
John,
motion. Yeah.
All right. Opposed?
I don't know, we need to be any more clear with the language.
No, I think we were clear at the beginning of the motion.
Okay.
It's unanimous, I guess. Abstain. All right, the motion passes. All right, the one everybody's been waiting for. CPI index. This is just an opening discussion. We are not voting on whether the assessments are getting raised. Our documents state that we go by the June CPI index to calculate if assessments are going to be raised. So, and July 15th is when they usually certify this is the CPI. So doing the calculation, if we decide to raise the assessments this year, we can increase it to a maximum of 2.94%, which would be $2.79 for one lot and one residential. I wanted to bring this before everybody because ultimately we have to make the decision, but we have to know where the membership is. And we want to make sure everybody's aware and has time to process, think about it, concerns, and so on.
Do we need to make a decision on this?
No, today. No, just informing, we're informing the membership.
July, August. We have to do it in time to
For October,
for October.
September, maybe take a vote.
Yeah.
I think we got to do something.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have one resident and one membership. So my bill will go from paying $100 a month and it will go to $102.79. It's a $2.79 difference if the assessments are raised.
And that's the maximum. They can also just go up to $1.
a member only, I'm never gonna worry about $3. I worry about buying groceries, but $3 more on that assessment, if it helps the fort, I think most of my people I know say just do it. You know, that's surprising. I would pay, if I had a homeowner's and paying for assessments in San Antonio, mine was $175 a month. So y'all aren't even near that.
Don't give me the idea.
Don't know, well, you can't, they got limitations in the charter.
We could, as an addendum to this, we could, if we wanted to, we can't go any higher than $2.79. We could go to $2 if we wanted to.
Yeah, we could do 50 cents if we wanted to. Yeah.
We also, I kind of want to put something out there. I know, the sport, but what a lot of people don't understand, and I am working on a breakdown because I get the question all the time, what does my assessment pay for? Well, a lot of it is the labor that picks up your trash, your white goods, your brush, all of the maintenance that goes on. The employees haven't had a raise in 3 years. I mean, there's a lot that your assessment does pay for. And if you compare it to what they pay in Del Rio for trash, you guys aren't even paying anywhere near what they pick up in Del Rio for trash. So I will send that out for you. But you also have to understand the cost of living goes up every single year. Gas goes up, water goes up, electricity goes up. And you have to look, it's not, yes, this is a little city, but we still incur that cost. Insurance goes up. Gas that they, use for the bulldozer, the landfill, the taxes go up. I bet I don't know if you all know how much we pay insurance.
How about electricity?
I said that.
Yeah, about 10 grand a month. That's about the average, right? Shirley, about 10 grand a month average.
It's insane. So I just kind of wanted to put that out there, a $3 increase. And I'm going to tell you what, I'm going to tell them, yes, I want that because we need it. I need to fix things on this fort. And right now, with the pool not being in service, it's a strain right now, so it's not because we want to raise your items, but it's necessary for the cost increase in just living alone. So
It's my great hope that we'll have a budget before we actually vote.
Yeah.
Or at least a tentative budget. Because a budget will give, Ms. Cavender the permission to spend. And right now, we have a tentative budget. No, a tentative budget has not been prepared, but it's headed that way, correct?
Right.
Thank you.
Well, and I think it's really important to note that, we're going to have a budget. Our financials are arguably better than they've been in 20 years. Mm-hmm. But if anybody takes anything away from the general manager's report and the length of that report, that's only like 10% of what she does in a month's time. And if the membership can't see that we're trying, everybody is working their butts off to try to get this place back to where it was. And I arguably would say this is the first time in a very long time. And it's also why things like the tax protest are so important, because about every $5 that you pay in a monthly membership equates to about $45,000 a year in revenue. So it's why the financials, which is why I think that we could save about $60,000 to $80,000 on our taxes. Rightfully so. That's not anybody giving us money. That's what the law says. So it's why our accounts receivable are so important, because for years we haven't been able to go back and figure out who owes us money, and now we're trying to streamline that and get it all figured out so that 90 days doesn't go by like the situation that Tony had, where 90 days you're like, why haven't I been charged? Why am I getting these late fees? That gets taken care of, because all of this is part of the bigger picture to where when you build a budget, it's accurate. And we prevent the situation where we have to increase people's memberships. And in the event that we do have to increase somebody's membership, you feel like, you know what, this place has got it going on. I feel good about spending this money because I know what it's doing. And that's what this is really all about. That's why all these little things are so important, because we don't want to increase the rates. And I think this is, Mrs. Cavender is the perfect person to handle the situation and get a lot of this stuff under control.
Real quick, I know that I had mentioned, because we're talking about the taxes, and I had mentioned to you, Lisa, how much we paid last year in taxes. Can you give the membership a ballpark figure of how much we paid last year?
$135,000 for property taxes.
And that was paying it early.
And that's paying it with the discount, yes.
Yes.
That was paid on October
Otherwise, it was
31st of last year.
$149,000.
Okay, so that bill's coming due. Our accounts are pretty good, but that bill's coming due. We're gonna have to pay probably over $100,000 in taxes, which is gonna reduce our funds. And the other issue is the insurance. That's gonna be a separate discussion, but I just had to check the other day. We're paying about $16,000 a month for every other quarterly for insurance. Ridiculous. And we haven't even made any major claims in more than 36 months.
Right.
So we're trying to address that as well.
Yeah.
But I'll have to say, I wouldn't hold your breath. We pay, because we pay a down payment also, so we're paying approximately $200,000 a year for insurance. Part of the problem is we are a very unique entity. Most homeowners association doesn't have all of this property and buildings, and so there's so much more that we either, between liability and just the buildings and everything else that create that. And he's right, we haven't had claims, so it isn't that high because of claims. It's that high because, and we're shaving it where we can. So if you're looking at 16,000, it's really closer to 20,000 because we do a down payment every year first and then pay through the year. But you're also looking, utilities are $20K a month if you add in water, everything else. So I'll say what John says all the time. Before I was on the board, I'm like, yeah, where is our money going? And we didn't know, because the accounting was not that good. It was really hard to see where all our money is, but it is very clear now, and that's a lot. 20,000 for utilities, $200,000 a year for insurance, fuel. Yeah, I mean, it just adds up. And it's not as an excuse, it's just what it is for us to run.
Just life.
And, our equipment, everything. So we're doing everything we can to streamline it as much as we can.
Now, another thing is that we have so much unincorporated or undeveloped area that has been platted.
Great.
I'm sure the taxes are higher on
Great
that
question.
than if it was just agricultural land or whatever.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we as a board have multiple things and we are very aware of that. We've discussed it. There's steps here that we're going to have to go through because we really feel like we're eating an elephant and we got to take it one bite at a time.
Right.
But yes, once we take care of the tax stuff, if we can get this stuff ironed out, and regardless of the outcome, there's going to be a lot of positives, right? Because we're going to understand a lot more things and figure out, we're going to be able to pivot and figure out new ways to travel. You're 100% correct. Lisa's tried to explain to me multiple times how all the platted lots, the non-performing and performing, and all that, the conceptual stuff that's going on in the original, nobody should have to go through that pain. It's brutal. There's a lot of stuff going on, but yes, we need to clean all that up, and that is in the best interest of the association. We're not going to develop 1,000 more lots, or how many is there, 1,600 or 5,000?
No, there's like 6,000.
It's never going to happen, right? So one of our next big things we need to start tackling once we get a few other things in our rearview mirror is that we need to incorporate all that stuff, get it all fleshed out with the county, unplat everything, new survey, and flush those old maps down the toilet. And that is one thing we definitely need to handle within the next, within the next year. So that's a very good point.
Lady, I think I forgot it.
Oh, no. I feel you.
It had to do with my earlier question about the approval process. this discussion about the budget reports and who has placed them, who submits them to whom, and so forth. So it sounds like it's more complicated than I originally thought, so, or maybe it's not fully fleshed out.
But she'll work on the budget. Yeah, she'll work on the audit, but she'll work on the budget, but it's collaborative because then we'll get together and have a workshop and look at all of it, because the more eyes, the better, to make sure we've got everything. And then once that's hammered out, then it comes to the board meeting to be approved.
Makes sense. And can I add one more thing then? So this added assessment, well, haven't we had one every year? I know Josh mentioned $3, by the way, just in front, but haven't we had one every year?
We have in the recent past, but there was a huge chunk in there where there was no raise in assessments for quite a
Here, they can pay you.
8 to 10 years.
I missed that.
Yeah, that was before I got here too. So some of it is catch up. A lot of it is just inflation and the fact that when this place was sold to people and there was charter memberships, these non-performing lots, I forget what they're called. Colonial lots that were sold that can't be built on. It was sold as, we may develop this later, or you can mod up into something else we have. Well, those, just due to attrition, the fact that, I don't think there was ever a plan to expand the fort into all those platted areas. There's just not the people or the money. But so as those people are either dying off or saying, you know what, I don't think, give us back their membership for those platted areas out there, that's revenue that we have sold lots due to attrition. So now it's, we're getting closer to the actual number of people that own and live here. Not just live here, but own actual lots, supporting all of it. So, and that causes an issue too. And so,
But I think you also got to mention though that I would guess in that 8-year period, there's 2 ways of assessments. There's the monthly assessment and then there's an annual assessment. So at the end of the year, I think I'm saying think, it's a very loose, assessment of what may or may not have happened. But if you didn't increase your assessment, monthly assessment, then at the end of the year, you could go, well, we have a $30,000 deficit, and then you send out a special assessment, and that has to be paid. Those are the 2 ways. So, at the end of the day, maybe, presumably, the board didn't raise assessments for 8 years, not because they didn't need to, but because they were sending out special assessments at the end of the year.
I do remember that.
Yeah.
and that is also an option. We haven't done it since 20 or 21, maybe 2019. We have 2. We have a common property tax assessment to help cover that, or we have a special assessment for a deficit. And that's just loosely the term. And it's been anywhere from $20 to $35 one time in the year, which does give the big boost to pay that. And so, those are the 2 options. We can increase everybody so that every month it's more, or we can keep it the same and take a one-time hit. So,
I think a lot of that special assessment was done to pay taxes.
Yes.
Okay.
well, we have 2
That
separate.
puts it in context, yeah.
Yeah, we have 2
It was collected to pay taxes.
So, or it's been done to pay for a big item expenditure. Garbage truck, they did a
Garbage truck
special
from
assessment.
2016.
So. All right, I think that's it. Move on. All right, Kinney County groundwater discussion on building the pool. We had a meeting with the groundwater district because as anybody that was at the last meeting knows, they offered to workshop with us on some ideas. And I know a lot of you know that our opinion is the pool is just a symptom of the larger problem with the spring green dry. So we don't want anybody to think we're just trying to figure out how to fill our pool and just make the work happen. I haven't asked, but I'd like to ask John, if you don't mind, just to kind of give a synopsis.
Yeah.
Surprise.
On the spot. The synopsis of the meeting is that we really couldn't come, to any kind of pathway to fill the pool. And for two reasons. The first thought is, well, let's fill the pool with well water from the Austin Chalk Aquifer, and then just keep pumping. But you're just sucking groundwater out and just pumping it through. And then there's other issues with that, whether you can do that with TCEQ and blah, 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 right? So, but it's very easy to let your mind run down rabbit holes, but it's really just at the, conceptual, hypothetical spot of talking with Kinney County Groundwater District. That was one idea. We pretty much didn't think that's a great idea because that makes it, we'd be just throwing water away and to our own detriment. The second proposal idea was to drill a well in the Austin Chalk and then presumably use that water as our drinking water. And that's really the end of it. There is no more discussion beyond that other than, what kind of water is in the Austin Chalk, and, could it be grant money and Texas Water Developmental Board money. The idea and the thought was, yes, that this could be free to the association, and then it comes down to water quality at that point. So that there's been no discussions with MUD as to whether that could happen or not, or whether they would be agreeable to that. And then, somebody might ask, well, what's the purpose of this? Well, the purpose would be, in theory, and it's completely theory, that it may take pressure off of the spring because our well is so close to the spring. Who knows? We don't know. They don't know. It's all just a guess, right? But we do all care about the spring. It's probably one of the most, if not the most important thing that we have going on in, within these fence, within this 2,700 acres. And so it's our duty to protect it and preserve it and try to do what's best for it. And so that's where this is all coming from. It's coming from a good place. I believe it's coming from a good place from the groundwater district. But nothing's really been fleshed out other than a few ideas. And next step would be to meet with MUD and talk to them about that viability. And then in my, one of my requirements on those, necessarily my opinion, but what kind of water is in the Austin Chalk? What kind of sustainability does it have? And of course, that wouldn't be us closing off the water well at the spring. Those wells could still be used if need be. But the idea is to take pressure off of the spring. So whether it works or not, I don't know. It's just a conversation and nothing more, nothing less.
And I think it's important that we have the discussion, because somewhere along the line in all of this, whether it's conservation, drought plan, which I think is absolutely necessary, the more we talk, the more ideas you get, something may pop up. Something may be like, okay, this is a solution for everybody. But it is not our intention to stick another straw. I say that for myself, but I think that I can speak for the board. It's not our intention to stick another straw in the ground, because that just seems counterintuitive to what we're trying to do to save the spring. But we wanted to let you all know that we had that meeting, and there was no decisions, just discussion. So.
Can I express an opinion?
Yeah,
yes, ma'am.
Absolutely.
So, I think that the Austin Chalk, isn't that what Spofford has? I think that's their water supply.
No, their water supply comes from Brackett.
Well, okay, so their water supply comes from Bracketville, which is Edwards Aquifer, but I think Spofford sits on top of the Austin Chalk. The Austin Chalk is just south of us. But I'm not aware the Austin Chalk is a great water quality reservoir or even quantity. But the other thing I would say is, our wells, we're a pimple compared to the volcanoes that are the irrigator wells in the county. And some of those are close to us. And if you go back and you look at the latest report from the groundwater district's consultant, Dr. Hutchinson, you know, I mean, it's clear, the zones are all laid out. They've done all the work. And their consultant has done all the work, and you all know that, as to which zones are closest to us and which zones have the most impact on the spring. And he's even come out, this latest report, and said, you know, that for the first time they haven't met the desired future condition that is the spring, that is one of the spring club. And he's even said in his report to the board that, yes, we've got a drought. Yes, it's getting more arid. And yes, those spring is being influenced by the pumping. So I think all the information is there. And I think, you know, instead of, in my view, instead of going off and like y'all said you don't want to do, instead of going off and putting a straw in an aquifer that I think is way less quality. There's an aquifer. The Edwards aquifer is probably one of the best aquifers in the entire state of Texas. I mean, and in the United States, there's not a lot of aquifers like the Edwards, which we are a part of with our Osceola Spring and our well. So I just think if we can just continue to be thoughtful about what to do. And there are options. I mean, if we chose, we could just have a public pool with all of the requirements of a public pool. You put water in it, maybe once or twice a year you have to put water in to deal with evaporation. But then you just treat it and you just keep, just like Brackettville does with their city pool. So, I mean, that's a separate option. But I think that, you know, the reason that we're here is because of the quality of life that Las Flores Creek provides. And that is the thing to keep focused on. Thank you.
Okay.
John, was there any discussion on the new Maverick Basin?
The
Maverick Basin off of the school?
No.
No, we didn't. They didn't mention any of that. I agree with everything you said. I hope that people. I think that people have been here for a while know that things have been broken around here between the Fort, the city, you know, all these boards, and I hope that we have set a new tone for what we expect. And I hope, you know, I hope y'all see us engaging up here and laughing with each other. And we don't always agree. You know, Jason got mad earlier. I think he threw something across the room. But we don't always agree, but we do respect each other, and we do try to really work together. And that's why it's so important that we try to handle this as a community. And it doesn't mean we have to agree with the County Groundwater Conservation District Board, because I'll tell you that nobody here really does. But if we go into public and we parade around saying that, it's not going to be productive to the cause of what our ultimate goal is, which is to preserve that spring. And so it's really important that, you know, that people don't jump to, you know, conclusions when this stuff's on our agenda, or that when we have meetings with the water board, we want what's best for the association in that spring. And there is no way to express how important it is to us. And I don't know how to solve the problem, but I think you just need to look no further than the word conservation. And we have to focus on conservation. And right now, conservation is not being implemented. End of story.
Yeah.
If I'm wrong, prove it.
And on the other side of that, we have to work at keeping the lines of communication open.
We have to work together.
We have to.
Clarification, isn't Mud already put us in stage 3 of conservation?
Well, we're talking about the rest of the county conservation.
But Mud applies only to Fort Park.
Yes. No, we're not stage
Yes,
3
they
yet.
did.
My
Yes,
understanding
we
that
are.
We're in stage 3.
We are. We're in stage 3, and Randy came to my office.
we have 5 for sure subdivisions in Kinney County. And some of those do not require a water permit. And for every 40 acres, because a subdivision is one plot, it's supposed to be 10 acres, not less than 10. So for every 4 of those, they can drill a well. So I'm concerned about that also, wondering, how much control there is over the subdivision, because there are people moving into Kinney County.
Yeah.
And they are drilling wells.
Yeah, and that's, part of that has to also come from the county commission.
Yes, and the
Well-
conservation is.
Let me clarify on some of that. In the state of Texas, Tony, if you know anything about this, correct me if I'm wrong. In the state of Texas, if you subdivide anything that's 10.01 acre, anything greater than 10 acres, the county cannot regulate it, right? So like, if there was a strip of land anywhere in this county and it was along a paved road, and you said, I want to buy that piece of property and it's 2,000 acres, but it goes for 7 miles down a paved road, you can cut that up into 10-acre tracts. The county cannot do anything about it.
No, they can't.
It just meets and bounds, does not have to be platted. And each county is a little bit different. I believe like Medina County, if it's less than, I think they've changed the rules now, but like it used to be less than 5 acres or 5 acres or less, and then you had to get it platted to the county, which is just a little bit more fluff and figuring out your survey.
It has nothing to do with the Felonious Act too.
I don't know that, but
Well, acre.
But the 10 acres, the county can't stop that. So that's at the state level. So I just don't want to, you're saying that. I want to make sure that we don't blame anybody.
No,
if somebody comes in and they buy 100
I was
acres and they want to
blaming
subdivide it.
because I'm a fan of the commissioners for one thing, and the board. But, it's just, there's many things that are going into our water. It's,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not simple. Yeah.
there's some things we have no control over, or no one. I mean, the state.
It's a county problem, not just a Fort Clark problem, because I don't think you'll find any creek running in Kinney County.
Yeah.
So it's a county-wide problem, you know what I'm saying? Even though we have specific, our own specific problem, we're not the only one hurt.
Well, we are committed to keeping you all informed. And so if this, anything else new that we find, we will communicate. We just want to let you know where we are at this point.
One more question. Charlene, has MUD informed us how they're going to enforce the stage 3 rules?
It said it's exactly like stage 2, so they just want people to be very conscientious of showers, washing their cars. It's going to be the same timeline of what we're watering now. Everybody's going to still stay to the same watering schedule that they sent out. All watering needs to be done by 9 a.m. or after 8 p.m. So whatever your address is your day. Us only have Wednesday and Saturday we can water here at our
That's
building.
still basically a recommendation. There's no teeth to that, right?
Yeah, they can find you if they want to.
That's what I was
Fine
asking.
schedule.
How are they gonna?
Well,
How are you gonna enforce
that I don't know.
Maybe
But
I'm asking if Randy told her anything.
no, he didn't tell me about that, but we have gotten calls when we've gone over the 9 a.m. and cuckoo or whatever. Cuckoo. He calls us.
Better. I like it.
He calls us and says, hey, it's after 9 a.m. You need to turn your water off. And me personally, I think they should actually put fines on there after the third, time that they have to tell you, and they should, but they haven't done that. They're just asking us to be very cooperative. And I think that's what we should do as,
In case you get calls about the golf course, all that water is sewer water. Is that coming from our
I
wells?
would like to call it gray water. That sounds better. Soil water sounds gross, but it is gray water.
Yes, treated non-potable water.
It's in our showers and our toilets, correct?
No, not the toilet.
Okay, Memo, it's gray water, everybody. Also,
Come on, it's not separated, like toilet and clean water separated somehow magically before it gets over there.
I have heard people say that the city or somebody is selling water. When they see trucks coming, those trucks are bringing us.
yes,
There are companies that bring us gray water.
Yes.
Or whatever.
Yeah.
That goes into our,
And we're happy to take it because that
Yes.
means we can monitor the golf
Yes.
course more.
We charging for that for this?
and they pay the mud board for that.
That's a mud thing, yeah. Yeah.
And I do know that Randy does go around and warn people when they're not, when they're watering when they shouldn't be.
yes, he does.
Okay. Last item on the list is HOA and Community Association Management Software. It's not approved.
Approved. I need that.
Okay. Do you want to pitch?
Okay. So, I don't know how much, I'll pitch it the way I know it.
1 minute.
We use QuickBooks. QuickBooks is not a program that is meant for an HOA. It is more as using as like an accounting system for your payables and your receivables, for your bills, and all of that. It is not set up, even though we have all our memberships in there, it's not set up for us to be able to send automatic letters of delinquency. It's not easily usable for me to pull a 30-day notice or that I have people that are late. I can pull just that report. When I pull reports, I literally take hours to filter it from everybody who's paid to people who haven't paid, and then we still have to manually send out letters. So this program, Build is set up for an HOA. I can put all my members in there. I can separate assessments, so I can pull a report for just assessments. I can pull a report just for membership. If I pull a 30-day plus notice, I can send out automatic letters as nice reminders to my members that your payment is due or you're late. We can also stop using Constant Contact, which is a separate entity that we pay for to send out communication. This does all communication right in Buildium. There is an architecture area where the architecture committee can go in there. They can talk about violations, they can upload their documents. There's so many amazing things that this program can do that will streamline and cut down hours of labor that we have to manually do. The board can also help in the area where all their board paperwork is put up there. They can pull it anytime. There's also things that the membership can go online, it doesn't cost you a thing, and you can pay auto on there. You can look at your ledger, you can look at your, everything that you want to look at, you can now look at it. And it doesn't cost you anything. It's just going to be a program that is going to help us be better for you. And also, I don't go crazy and sit for hours pulling numbers and I'm going to shoot myself at the end of the day because I'm so tired of filtering Excel. Yes. Wait. Pete,
No, stand up too, so.
okay, all right, go ahead.
Just because of all this electronic stuff,
Yes.
do we have a generator set up in case the electricity goes out for 14 days?
I don't know.
This is web-based. It's running through like, all that company manages. It's not something that runs inside our office. QuickBooks doesn't run in our office. Our email doesn't run in our office. The motel system doesn't run in the office. The payroll system doesn't run in the office. Everything is running on other company servers, and they're managing it, and they've got our backup.
Yeah, but if the power goes out.
Oh, they have all that at backup. They have it, they have.
That's all I'm saying.
Yes, we have a backup, I promise you. I wouldn't go through all this if we did not. Because then I would really want to shoot myself.
Well, just to add to what it also does, it will track the violations and when things are
It tracks
it's
violations.
very hard to keep track of when the violation expires and has it been fixed and that type of thing.
Also, too, work orders. I can actually put work orders in there I know, it's awesome. I can track it. And I can pull a
Well, members can
report.
put work orders too.
Members can put a report.
Yes, exactly. And I can pull a report that says the work order's been closed, work order's still pending, when was it open, when
Who's
did
it
we close
tasked
it, who is going to work on that. It has absolutely everything. And we can put our events in there, so people can go on there and see the events. Yes.
So not to dampen enthusiasm, but is this in place of concierge or another layer on top?
Yeah, we haven't been using concierge because it never was followed through with the last, I guess, maybe 2 years ago.
No.
Oh, no, not at all.
We haven't paid for that in a good while.
Oh, no, it's okay.
Things in that.
And
Not since Peterson was here did we have anything to do with
Okay, all
concert.
right.
And then
So
when
maybe
we-
I'm out of touch.
if it is approved, we will not be using constant contact because it will be right in building. So that will be a cost that we will know.
This can also put the black system to bed.
Yes.
And
Not right away.
not
but-
right away, but to speak to Bill's point about the colonial lots, we also negotiated, because it's like a per unit rate, we have negotiated with them to severely discount everything so that we can include all these thousands of lots in the woods that some are owned by Kinney CAD, some are owned by people that have never paid in 2 decades. There needs to be a workflow and a process to manage getting these back into our hands, vacating the plat. It's a major project. But
Some of
here,
them are owned by the county too.
some of them owned by the county, but with this, we'll be able to attach documents, assign tasks to verify, is this in a trust? Who owns it? How do we get it back? We can tackle this problem by having these inside with our normal units as well.
And it helps security because we can track.
Exactly. So they can actually track our people that are coming in, visitors. If you're going to have a visitor, you can actually go in and you can put somebody's name in there. All we have to do is pull the name. We can see this visitor is coming. It can also, when just people are coming in, we can also get all that information and put it in there. So they'll have firsthand access, where now they have to call the office to get information from us. So security will have that as well. So it will also mainstream them and help them be better at their job. And it is quite, and it's an easy program to use, because with Jason, we spent weeks, I think we did 12 different
At least
HOAs.
8, and they take it on the neighborhood of 2 hours to sit and like go through the whole thing with them, and then we narrowed it down. This was
It was very well vetted, very well vetted.
Yeah, and then we had Lisa hone in on the one that we felt that was the best price, best for our needs. So she sat in on 2 calls, and the last one was how do we actually import all that into there. There's extensive training that will happen with the staffing, and they give us a whole, I think it's a couple of months that they help us
This is a big company. They have like 25,000 customers. They have some associations with 20,000 units. I mean, it's not just a small thing.
Right.
And one of the major things that it has is free ACH. So what we do currently is, I guess we send a list to the bank and trust, and then they run their ACHs free because we're a nonprofit, and they send back something, but some of them didn't clear, some of them did, and it's a major like circular time suck for the accounting staff. But this is all integrated in there. Like it's a full accounting package. So it'll handle our accounts receivable fully. It's with credit card collections and ACH collections. That was the one thing with Concierge Plus. It was this much per year. But then if we wanted to let you pay through there, it was like $3 every month because it would have been tagged onto your bill for ACHs. But this has zero cost ACH. So you could make $2 payment every week if you wanted to.
QuickBooks for the actual accounting report, right?
Yes.
For like all the other billing and other bills.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, because all the money that comes in from, through Buildium for assessments, instead of it being individually posted in QuickBooks, it's individually posted in Buildium, and then the lump sum is brought into QuickBooks.
Yes.
But the rest of our accounting is still QuickBooks.
And the nice thing about the architecture, because your wife's on there, violations will be in there. We can keep track and we can have the dates. So just the architecture committee doesn't have to manually put this on a spreadsheet and input it. It will already be in there. And all you have to do is pull a report just like that.
I'm not speaking for my wife or the architect.
Now it does have a full-blown accounting package. It's not just for assessment. So if it works so well, we may be able to migrate the rest of the stuff into there and off of QuickBooks. But that's a distant plan, not immediately.
Yeah, not
immediately at all.
Ms. Cavender, we're going to eventually, regarding QuickBooks and TriumVir, divorce ourselves of them eventually.
Well, eventually,
Yeah.
you know.
And eventually be a period of time, not indefinitely, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I participated in one of the demonstrations, and I guess to tell on myself, a lot of it is just Greek to me. But, you know, I never heard it, and I still haven't heard anyone say what it costs.
Oh, well, so, I know this is gonna sound scary, but they gave us a huge discount. So it will be $10,000 a year. But it was originally $15,000 a year. But you have to understand the amount of information that it has and it holds and can do and sort. Right now, you know the problem we have with our delinquency right now? If I had that program right now, we would not have this problem at all. We would be able to keep up on that because it's automatic.
And that comes up to $833 a month. But constant contact is like more than $150, so we took that off.
Yeah.
Before, when we were using the black system more heavily, we were paying $300 a month for support on that. But I got the guy to just agree to help us for $65 an hour if we need him, which we haven't. So that's $300 gone, $150 gone, other savings. I mean,
So you've got several thousand that it's gonna come off once you close up.
Yeah.
And that's not including.
That number for.
Not really,
no,
because
when we're like, oh, electric's 200,000 and this is 200,000 and, you know, like 10,000 is not a
You should have had this years ago.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I get.
But we probably couldn't have gotten here until we did get things actively into QuickBooks and,
Sure.
you know, so it's like one.
Concierge Plus was supposed to do that, and it never happened.
Get it.
But at the end of let me tell you this though, at the end of the day, Concierge Plus was a good program, but after seeing what Buildium could do, actually this is better suited for us. And maybe it may have been a good thing that they didn't go through with it.
The whole thing with Concierge Plus was it was supposed to integrate with QuickBooks. But the way that it was set up and the way they need it handled, it was never able to be done. I spent hours on the phone with Concierge Plus asking them what kind of technical way we could work with them, and they're like, you don't do it exactly the way we want it to. Just no. And we're like, well, I guess it's a no then.
And this does integrate. So
And I know that you take constant contact
every time I get one of those, I think I'm getting it from a small business that doesn't make more than 5,000 a year.
Oh, well, it'll
Okay.
change once we use.
Yeah, I get that we're not who we ought to be,
Right.
literally, it's a
It will really make a huge difference for us.
It also
in
has free text
labor.
messaging.
Yeah,
So
free
if you guys give out your
So
phone
we
number, you can get a more immediate thing into your hand.
I don't know if you want to give me that because I might be texting you guys all the time, but it's free for us. So, and a lot of people like texts instead of, emails. So
What's the name of it? I haven't heard
it's
it.
called Buildium. And I can send.
Like
Like
Bill-
build IUM, like
Yeah.
They're
build.
based out of Boston, Massachusetts.
Yeah, and they've been awesome. They've actually let us play with the program for free for longer than they would have anybody else, because I did tell them we have to make the right decision and we have to be comfortable with it. And I wanted everybody on the board to be able to like it as well and be able to explain it to you all. And it will be so beneficial for us, and labor intensified will be just cut, and then the delinquency. It will really help me with delinquency.
Otherwise, we would have to hire somebody.
Yeah.
For
Does that give you
police.
maintenance also with that $10,000?
It does everything.
And all of our computers are running, yes?
Is this a website?
This is a cloud-based, so it's a cloud-based service, and you're doing a yearly subscription for it.
Yes.
All the resources are hosted by them, and then you all.
Everything's
So
hosted by them.
you're just going to a web page and manage it.
Yes.
So you,
We could go monthly, but then they charge 1 month for onboarding, but if we commit to 1 year, then they will waive that down.
Yeah, they'll waive the fee.
All right, so with that said, are they you said they're gonna help integrate, so they're gonna go through and transfer some of your database information on your QuickBooks over to that, or is that a manual entry?
Well, they're gonna give us
I'm gonna help them with that.
Yeah. Some of it will be manual on our side to get that integrated in there,
Yeah.
but they gave us a format to use.
Okay,
So that'll make it easier, so it's all the same when we put it over there. So when we go to pull a report, everything's not so convoluted, because right now, QuickBooks is a great place, for
for
counting.
financials, yeah.
But, oh
It's
my
not
God,
advanced.
trying to pull people's stuff out of there and the information, and you can't click like on them and then it'll open up. See here, you have to click and click and click, and this, I won't have to do that, if that makes sense.
Well, and
Would that be able to individualize profit and losses, let's say per unit? How much is the motel making?
no, this is only for assessments,
For now.
Our QuickBooks is
Later,
different.
Okay.
Yeah. And as always, it's, everyone here has, had a chance to kind of look at it, but we want to be transparent, which is why we're putting it out there, to everybody, just to know, just so you all know, we have looked at it, we have discussed it, we're not just flippantly doing anything, just to keep the membership
you can
informed.
you can look it up on your phone.
Yeah.
It's got
Yeah.
all the.
You can download the app on your phone.
Yeah.
Don't get scared at their pricing. We have negotiated a substantially lower price than what they put on there.
It's got buttons that explain things.
It does.
so you mentioned getting text, can you get 30 alerts tied into that, so that if the event of severe thunderstorm, that kind of stuff, you
Yes,
send out
yeah.
a message as part of that?
Are you sure?
I'm sure
Any text message can be sent.
we can set it up.
Oh, that would be lovely.
I can't even get the county alerts. I've signed up 10 times.
How much more they provide?
Several of my doctors do the text thing back and forth too. They've gotten rid of staff. Oh, because it's so, works so well.
Yeah.
No, I mean, this will take things off the staff's burden, okay? They can focus on other things or whatever.
I'm not
happens.
saying anybody should go home.
No, I'm just saying, like, it will definitely.
Yeah. No, it'll help us not hire someone else.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
I
Do we
move
have a
that we
motion?
approve and acquire the Buildium management software.
I second it.
all in favor?
Aye.
All right, motion passes. All right, Announcements?
Can I just go
Yeah,
back?
let me do the announcements real quick. The farmer's market, August 3rd. Oh, it's too late, man.
Okay.
No, I'm just kidding.
I just had this thought, so I apologize. We were talking about property taxes earlier, and you guys are protesting them. Why are you protesting the property taxes?
Well, it's a great question, Curtis.
And I don't want to extend everybody's time here, but
Yeah, I can explain it pretty shortly. Essentially, we're an HOA, and the tax office is going to throw a couple arguments at us. They're going to say we don't meet the requirements, and they're substantial. Two things they're going to say: that we don't nominally own the property, which is not the interpretation of the law. The law basically says if we nominally own this property, which there's two kind of definitions of nominal. Nominal has a value definition, has a name only definition. So we hold all the property, common property, the association, under the umbrella of the association, we hold all of the property in name only, which just means that we're here to hold it, protect it, manage it, and make sure that it survives. And so the association holds it in name only, which is nominal, okay? The tax law says that you apply value to that property in a nominal value. And the purpose of that is because every single member of the fort pays a higher tax rate. The tax office does not set this rate. The market sets the rate. The tax office gets their rates from the market, okay? We've already proven that because you can list your house over here. Mr. Tate will go, well, didn't you sell your house for $300,000? Okay, so they set their rate based off of what values are market value within the community that you live in. Our values on the fort are higher than the values in town. Why? We all know why. We have amenities. We have a pool, we have a spring, we have tons of access to common property. We have, we have trails, we have a golf course. The list goes on and on and on. Now, whether these things on a scale of 1 to 10 are absolutely the Hilton or the slum is not taking into account in the tax office. It's, do they exist? Yes, they exist. So because they exist, it's reflected in your home value. All home values on the fort are worth more than home values in town. Because of that, you're essentially being taxed on all the amenities that you have access to. Okay? So if we are taxed, if you look at our tax roll, the golf course is at $486,000 or something like that. I can't remember exactly, maybe 286. I don't know exactly. The pool is at 180-ish, something like that. Those are just two examples. So we're being at a 2% tax rate, which I don't know our exact tax rate, but at a 2% tax rate on both of those, that's $5,000-$6,000 a year.
So summary then is basically we're being taxed twice because I'm paying higher values and then the fort itself is being taxed. And you guys are protesting how they are valuing that, and that's what this is all about.
Exactly. On the tax rolls, those values should be essentially $1 for the pool. Because your home price reflects that value when you sell it and as you own it, right? And the tax office doesn't set that rate. They would argue that they do, but they don't set that rate. The market sets that rate. And we could argue this all day. You could have a home in the Oaks that's $200,000, but if somebody sold it for $500,000 and the tax office found out about that, would they not raise the taxes? Yeah, they would, right? So the market is that.
Not the tax, but the appraisal value.
Yeah, the appraisal value, right. So at the end of the day, they're going to assert that we don't, for some reason, that we don't own a nominal amount, that we somehow own all these colonial lots, and that amounts to over 50% of all the lot. That doesn't matter. That is not the law. That is a misinterpretation of the law. The only thing that matters is that y'all are already paying the freaking taxes. That's the end of the story. And it is already being assessed. And so everything that is common property that you have access to, it's already being taxed. And the other assertion that they're going to make is an irrevocable right. So I would ask that everybody that's a member of the fort, when you buy a house here or a lot, you have a membership number attached to that. The law requires that you must be given an easement or or some other form, a easement license or some other irrevocable right to access the fort, access the association. There are people that owe us $30,000 and they can come through that gate whenever they want because their lot has a membership attached to it. And that membership is your irrevocable license. There are a few exceptions that are governed by law that right can be revoked through foreclosure process. But that's Texas law. It doesn't mean that you don't have an irrevocable right.
Well, I think you've answered my question on why that was. I just want a little more clarification. Yeah. I was thinking about.
Well, thank you.
That we had this discussion, but.
It's a good question. And last night I had dinner at the Simmons, and a couple was there, and they asked me what we were doing, and so there is still some confusion, and but it's not us that's being taxed twice. It's you. You're being taxed twice.
Because I'm paying for higher assessments based on what they're charging for the taxes that we have to pay.
Exactly.
I'm paying because they keep raising my valuation because of all of the different amenities and other factors.
Exactly. Yeah.
Thank you.
So thank you.
FYI, we're going to have our hearing on August 15th. What time?
Yeah. I don't know. We don't have time yet.
But on August 15th at the tax office, it is a public meeting. Anybody can go.
But it's a very small room.
It is a small room, so you might be able to sit on people's shoulders.
Or we can stay outside.
Okay, I was gonna say real quick that, don't forget the farmer's market, is August 3rd in the commissary. Please come out for that. I'll be unavailable because I'll be, helping my daughter to for a wedding dress, so.
Lame excuse. Brag.
The other thing is Mel had something he wanted to.
Yeah, I wanted to mention this. Recently on my favorite Facebook page, and it really is Facebook lot owners, someone had mentioned that, without the pool, the Fort Clark was nothing. And what got my attention was not so much that, was when someone responded by saying that Fort Clark was much more than that. So I compiled a list. I think, and I may be absent of something might be missing, so forgive me for that. But I got here things to do at FCA, absent spring and pool. Why Fort Clark Springs is a great place to live. We have a fitness center. We have a walking park. You're able to golf. We have a golfing range. We have an RV park and tent camping. We have Dickman Hall. But we do have celebrations that minimal people attend, but we do have Dickman Hall, a place to celebrate and enjoy an adult beverage. We have an event, a place, a club, the NCO Club, and the Rendezvous Park to rent for family events to the membership and people from the outside. Many of times I've seen on Facebook a lot of photographing happening here at the fort. So the ambiance is a beautiful place. People take photographs for weddings, for graduations, or family pictures. We also have bird watching here at Fort Clark Springs.
Hunting.
I forgot that one. Good one.
And a hotel.
Oh, anyway, so then we also have the gun range, and we have a gun club. We have a horse club. We have a ham radio club. We have a garden club. We have an art club. People can participate, buy a lot, and have bought lots over by the airport. I know of no other place where you can have the airport in your backyard, fly in and fly out, and have access to the airport. If I bought a plane, if any of us bought a plane, we would have access to the airport. In addition, we have a dog park for all the people who like their furry little animals. We have hiking trails where people can view landmarks showing Fort Clark history. Families and individuals, this is one of my favorite, families and individuals. Because where I live, I see it all the time. Driving their ATVs and golf carts, young people, families, sometimes little kids. Maybe they shouldn't be riding them, but they do. And my favorite is Fort Clark is the best place to be a walker. I'm an avid walker, and it makes my day to have to complete my walk each day. We have runners. High school uses Fort Clark for cross-country training. We have biking. We have a lot of bikers on the fort. Fort Clark offers this for people to use, and people use it. Now, volunteer opportunities. The other thing we know to come out, well, what can you do at Fort Clark? You know, what is there to do? Well, there's a lot to do. We have community council who's responsible for Fort Clark Days. We have an architectural committee, always needing volunteers. We have preservation and historical committee. We have a cavalry brigade for cleaning up. We have a volunteer center that I'm very proud of and to be a part of with Warren Thompson. Everything we have at the volunteer center has been donated. They have tons of tools, they get lumber, they get supplies, they get paint, all at zero cost. That helps the fort. We have a wonderful recycle center, and I give all kudos to Helena for keeping that afloat.
Amen.
You know, we're saving money on our landfill because we have a recycle center and we have someone advocating recycle. We have a Fort Clark museum. We have a cellar store. In the fall and the winter months, we have men's coffee and weekend breakfast.
Men's coffee is around. We're there.
Well, okay.
I'm just telling you.
Serve on the end. People can volunteer to serve on this board. If you want to do something, you can serve on this board. This year, this summer, we had a First Friday event in June and July by 2 private people. I was very grateful for that. In June, we had a farmer's market that went out well. We had a great 4th of July event. We have in August, we're going to have another farmer's market and a ghostly tours that involves volunteers. My number one issue about living in Fort Clark, and I do miss the pool and I definitely miss the spring, is safety. In the 20 years that I've lived here, no one has walked onto my property, stolen or taken anything from me. My children that I raised here were all taught to swim, bike, hike, play in the front yard. Many of us who've had children have experienced that. You know, what price can you put on safety? I'm not sure there is a price you can put on safety. A safe environment. My wish, if I had a fairy godmother and she were to come down at this time, would to have for a committee to be created by individuals with entrepreneurial spirit to create something like a Friends of the Fort to raise money for big projects such as repair and upgrade the basketball courts and the tennis courts. Maybe, as someone mentioned, I forgot who it was, Mary Ann, I think Ms. Mays, is the issue of maybe planting a seed to maybe make a pool, build a pool here at the fort. You know, there was, John had thrown out the idea of creating a cleaning system for our current pool that would cost $100,000, that could potentially cost $100,000 to keep our pool clean. Well, hell, might as well spend another $100,000 and build a brand new pool for the entire community, and possibly with a pavilion. Members, we all have the opportunity to volunteer. And right now, we're always in need of people who can paint, who have electrical skills, plumbing. You know, and for all the people who talk about what they've done in the past, you know, I'm very grateful for everything that's been done in the past, but we're focused on the future. If you're not able to help now, Ms. Cavender will be more than happy to take a monetary donation for any particular project that you may desire. We have a lot to offer, a lot. It's all up to us to take advantage of it or not. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have to say that occasionally I take a peek at that same Facebook page. And what you just talked about should have been provided to that individual who claims that we are collecting these assessments and making all of this money, but we're not doing anything with it. And I think that's a shame. But I appreciate your observations and the statements that you've made here today. I think you're spot on.
Spot on. Good job, Neil. Awesome.
And now it's on TV now.
Yeah, we have to sing Kumbaya.
I think,
Yeah.
did you have something else to say?
I wanted to give a big shout out and thank you to Adam. I think he's doing an absolute excellent job doing what he does and posting these videos. We pay him. We pay him.
Yes, we do.
Okay. And And I think that we should all try to support him in videoing and posting all of the videos that exist with boards throughout the county, whether it's the Groundwater Conservation District, the county commissioners, and the school board. It's our duty to participate and to stay knowledgeable on everything governmental within the county, and it makes it so much easier for that to happen with the So we thank him, and we really appreciate him doing what he does, and we hope that he does it for us for a long time. Thank you, guys.
Just don't overcharge us.
I just think in today's day and age, the modern citizen with the way the internet is has almost a right to have that digital access to their elected officials. And, that's just the way I see it.
Adam, I want to put you on the spot.
Yes, sir.
Did the tax appraisal office welcome you to go and record it?
It's, I mean, there hasn't been an outright refusal. I mean, legally, I don't think they can, as long as I'm maintaining decorum and not being a disruption. But some officials are less than cooperative, like restricting access to external power. So like if I am there, I'm solely on battery power, and it's hit or miss.
It's a public building.
Thank you, Al.
Thank you, Adam.
All right.
Here's the plugs.
We are adjourned to executive session at 11:33.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everybody, for coming and participating. For everybody.
He's turning on the mic.
That's a firm called Linebarger, Goggin, and Blair.
Yeah.
All right, I think we're back
They're
to.
one of them.
You ready, Adam?
Yeah.
Okay.
We are back in session at 2:55. No decisions were made. We don't need to make a vote, so we are adjourned. At 2:56. That's it.